Good morning. This is the International Judo Federation. This is mat 3. Good morning, everybody. This is the International Judo Federation. This is mat 3.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to day 2 of competition at the Suzuki World Championships here in Budapest. We're about to get underway with the first of the day's competitions. And we're going to see Andras Jereb of Slovenia. He faces Adabeo Frederick Olympio of Togo. It's Jereb in the white judogi, Olympio in blue. It's the opening round, the opening contest in the under 66 kilo category. 2 weight categories we're bringing to you today. 66 for men, under 66, and under 52, the under 52 kilo category for women. Andras Jereb quickly into the attempted shimiwaza. Now, having had a little stab at Diashibare. Just have a look and see if he's defending this. Olympio hanging on tightly. Yeah, he's managed to do that. So a bit of a scare for Olympio in the opening seconds. Jereb is an experienced competitor. And now another attempt at the shimiwaza. No. Not quite there. No, I don't think he tapped there at all. I don't think he tapped. You can see the end of this here. Let's see where the hand comes out. Is it the right hand? Oh, he does. Yeah. Well spotted, Mr. Nutsubidze. Should have known that it would have been someone of quality to have spotted that tiny little tap there. Just with the right hand. There it goes. Just a couple of little taps, and that was it. Right, who have we got on the mat now? Ryan Vargas of the United States of America is up against Indrit Kulhaj of Albania. It's Vargas in the white judogi, Kulhaj in blue, and there's a nice illustration in that last contest why the IJFA badge is so coveted. You don't get those given away. And Vladimir Nutsubidze is one of the best referees in the world, so he spotted that little silent tap. Right, I've got as far as saying that we've got 2 weight categories for you. The under 66 kilo category. Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the weight category. Tal Flicker of Israel is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is An Baul of the Republic of Korea. Number 3 seed is Abe Hihumi of Japan. And the number 4 seed is another Israeli, Baruch Shmailov. Those are the top 4 seeds. Vargas and Kulhaj have got quite a battle on their hands. I think it's Pool C, if I'm not mistaken. The winner of this contest will go into round 2 to face Joe Mait of Vanuatu. 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, final. So if you don't have a first round bye, 4 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, final, 7 fights to win the World Championships. Even if you dodge the first round, you're going to have 6. So it's going to be a long, hard day for whomsoever it is that steps on that podium at about 5, 6 o'clock this evening. Single Shido picked up by Vargas as he attempts the almost double-footed Tomoe-nage there. Johnny Prado in the chair has got a few words for Vargas to try and help him along. I don't wonder how old Mr. Vargas is. I'm not quite sure. Sumigaishi from Kulhaj. But it doesn't succeed in bringing down Vargas onto the scoring part of the body. Thought about going over on the left side with the Haragoshi and then bailed out of that. Came back again with what looked like Seoinage, but couldn't bring that off either. Still working on the arm. It's a good effort. Kulhaj had to defend strongly against that effort. Vargas back to the arm. Yeah, this is better. He's not going to let him up from there in a hurry. Why not? Single Shido. Work for as long as he likes here. Yeah, keep coming. Good pressure. Yeah. Turn. Yep. That is terrific work. He spotted the, he spotted the chink in the Kulhaj armor, and after that, he was relentless in his pursuit of that Jujigatami. Once he realized that that was where his best chance lay, he didn't let it go. Like a dog with a bone, Vargas was all over him. Poor Kulhaj. Couldn't keep him off. 2 or 3 goes he had at it with Vargas. And there's another illustration. Man in the middle, Vasily Smolin, he let that go when I think lesser experienced referees may have called mate with the thought that this isn't going anywhere. Oh, yes, it is. He was going to find a way of putting that on. Well done. I could use that in training videos for referees. Good awareness from the mat official there. This is going to happen, and I'm going to let it go. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Kwon Ae-rim of the Republic of Korea faces Evelyn Shop of Switzerland. It's Kwon in the white judogi, Shop in blue. This should be a nice matchup here. All right, well, both fighters have had a little bit of a chance to feel their way into the contest. Kwon ends up by picking up a Judo. Now's a good time to start putting a score on the board. Yeah, that's a good counter from Shop. Tempted to say that Kwon wasn't as committed to that effort as she should have been, and as a result of that, she got countered. Really have to give it everything, make it extremely difficult for your opponent once you get that hip in there. Make it as difficult as possible for them to come up with that counter. Make them deal with your attack first. But when Kwon entered for that technique, that right-sided hip technique, Shop was already looking for the counter. She didn't have to block it. It wasn't strong enough to unsettle her. See, she's waiting here. She just gets herself in a good position to take Kwon down. Minute and a half left to go. Shop leading by Wazari. It's round one of the under 52 kilo category for women. The current Olympic champion is waiting for the winner of this one. She was the lucky athlete with a bye. That's Melinda Kelmendi, the International Judo Federation Player of the Year, Female Player of the Year. Kelmendi. Was run pretty close by Clarisse Agbegninu of France and Tina Tersteniak of Slovenia. They were the three names in the hat for Female Player of the Year. That was a better effort. Shop not able to attempt a counter there because she had to deal with a strong Uchimata, strong right-sided Uchimata effort from Kwon A-rim. Time ticking away here. Shop exactly where she wants to be. On top. In control. It's Kwon now who has to chase the contest in these last few seconds. Uchimata almost just lost contact of her opponent's right sleeve. And that was it. That was the strongest effort that she's had. Penalty picked up by Shop, but it won't be enough. Yeah. Too little, too late at the end, I'm afraid, from Kwon A-rim, and she makes a first round exit at her first World Championships. That was the counter, no doubt about it. Good one. Neatly done. Right, who we got coming up next? Vrilith Gamara Caballal of Peru faces Christine Jimenez of Panama. Gamara Caballal in the white judogi, Jimenez in blue. Both fighters are reasonably new to the international circuit, certainly at this level, World Championship level. But it's a nice matchup for them. They haven't pulled one of the big names. We're watching the contest on mat number 2. There are 3 mats here, and I'm sure that you can get access to any one of the mats that you want to watch. There'll be somewhere there that you can click on and pick up the feed from mat 1, mat 2 or mat 3, and they're all commentated. Loretta Cusack-Doyle, Neil Adams and myself got a mat each. Except in the final block when I'm with Neil for the finals. No score yet. 2 minutes to go. Well, there's a little over a minute left to go. Neither fighter able to come up with a score as yet. It does mean, however, that they've had 3 minutes out in the middle of the World Championships. And as I mentioned earlier on, the possibility of them having had that kind of time out in the middle, had they drawn, you know, one of the top seeds or even someone in the top 20 really, would have been pretty slim. So it's a good draw for both these fighters. Gamara Caballal and Jimenez have a good run out, and then at least they'll have some experience of being out in the middle at a World Championships. They're up there in Pool A, so they're in there with the current Olympic champion Marlinda Kelmendi. May not be too happy about that. The other seed in that pool is Amandine Bouchard of France. Those are the top seeds in Pool A, Kelmendi and Bouchard. A few other names in there. We've already seen Eveline Schopp. We are going to go into golden score for this one. It's a Kelmendi and Bouchard. Eveline Schopp. Joanna Ramos. Daria Skirpnik. And Odette Giuffrida. Well, the likelihood of Kelmendi overcoming Schopp is pretty good. And the likelihood of either Caballal or Jimenez overcoming Giuffrida is pretty slim. So a round 3 matchup between Melinda Kelmendi of Kosovo and Odette Giuffrida of Italy, a repeat of the 2016 Olympic final in Rio, is pretty strong. It also means that one of those fighters will not be on the podium. The Olympic finalists, gold and silver medalists, Kelmendi and Giuffrida, one of those will not feature on the podium, the World Championship podium. It could be both of them will get knocked out, but we know for sure that we're going to lose one in round 3. Gamara Caballal may pick up a second penalty here. Yeah, she does, and with that, the contest comes to an end. So it's Jimenez of Panama who takes that contest. She goes into round 2 and she'll face Odette Giuffrida of Italy.
The next contest is first round for the women of the 52 kilo. In white for you, with the women here. In blue for Vietnam, KNT.
Right, coming up on mat number 2 now, Ludmila Pilieva of Ukraine faces Tu Nguyen of Vietnam. It's Pilieva in the white judogi, Nguyen in blue. I have to go to my translator to get the pronunciation for that name. Nguyen. We don't get to see the Vietnamese that often. Big major championships, they'll send a few fighters. I think at the Asian championships, you might get a bigger team, a better look, but I haven't been asked to do their broadcasts yet. So it's not often that I get to see them anyway. Very tentative start by both fighters. Right-sided Seonagi or Seotoshi effort from Pilieva. Well, it's a slow start from both fighters, struggling to find strong grips from which they can work. That was a better effort from Pilieva. Referee in the middle for this one is Omar Bayou from Algeria. He's retiring after this. Taking a last turn in the middle then, Mr. Bayou. into the last minute now. Still looking for a score to separate these two. Nguyen picks up a Shido with a little under a minute left to go.
You didn't plug it in?
Tatami 3, the winner in white for United States of America,
Again, Plieva onto that right side, but still can't come up with a score. And Nguyen almost had something on that left side. Lost contact with the sleeves. Well, it'll be our second golden score of the morning. Just the single penalty against Tu Nguyen of Vietnam. Pilieva's looked the more likely of the two to score. Whether it's going to turn out that way, I don't know, but she just seems to be closer to coming up with a score. She's got slightly better attacks. Left and right from Plieva, trying to find something.
First round for the women under 52 kilo, Tatami 3. In white for Armenia,
Well, Nguyen is going to struggle now. She's beginning to look passive here. Yep. And she does pick up a second penalty. We're into golden score. She's picked up a second penalty in golden score. That's the end of it. Plieva it is who takes the contest. It wasn't the most spectacular of the contests that we've seen so far at these championships, but things will warm up. That was the opening round. Let's see where we go from here then, because coming up next is Joana Ramos of Portugal. She faces Kelly Edwards of Great Britain. It'll be Ramos in the white judogi, Edwards in blue. Ramos first to attack there. Little Right-sided Ippon Seoinage effort. Low down, almost straight away onto her knees, then onto her side, and trying to roll Kelly Edwards over, but Edwards managed to block that. It was a little bit of an exchange on the ground, but wasn't really going anywhere, so the referee called mate. We've had a minute already. Second chance on the ground for Edwards to attempt to secure either a turnover or to try and get some kind of shimiwaza or kensetsuwaza going. Both fighters slightly bent over and defensive. Edwards trying to turn towards the right to get something going. Both fighters pick up penalties for passivity. It's pity there because one or either of them should have realised that situation, just done a little bit more to avoid picking up a penalty. Minute 20 odd left to go. Edwards was thinking about the sumige. She wasn't able to come up with a strong effort. Unfortunately, a penalty-strewn contest. 2 penalties picked up by Edwards now. A single penalty by Ramos. We've got 40-odd seconds left to go. Now Ramos joins Edwards on 2 penalties, so pretty untidy looking scoreboard with 16 seconds left to go. I think this is contest number 3 on our map that's gone to golden score. Things proving a little bit tricky this morning for the fighters to get going. Not sure why that is. Could just be, well, Jimenez and Caballal, they were fairly evenly matched, and as a result of that, we got that slightly longer than I'd imagined golden score contest. Ramos and Edwards, again, evenly matched, so neither fighter able to come up with a score as yet. Judo trying to get the crowd going. Oh dear, and Edwards picked up third penalty. Ramos it is who takes the contest. Truly forgettable one, I'm afraid, for Kelly Edwards. Well, coming up next, we continue the first round of the under 52 kilo category. Wang Xin of China faces Daria Skirpnik of Belarus. Wang in the white judogi, Skirpnik in blue. Yeah, they didn't like that last attack from Skirpnik. I thought it was a little bit too weak. Neil Adams was saying yesterday about getting proper rotation in the attacks, and Skirpnik didn't. And as a result, she picked up that single Shido inside the first half minute. Wong looking at that right side. Ojigari. Skirpnik manages just to stay off her back there. Avoid getting scored upon. Almost coming up with the Yoko Otoshi. Oh, that was poor from Skirpnik. Picked up a second penalty. Problems for the Belarusian here. Wong and Skirpnik, that's incredible. What a way for Skirpnik to lose this. Well, he's done. Well, they've removed both the penalties. There was an unfortunate interruption there where the match official's not able to decide before he'd given the penalty. You know, you don't want to do that with the fighters. You break their concentration and then you unsettle the referee in the middle as well, you know. Get the signals right, you know, let him know what's going on. Poor old Jean-Jacques Ruska in the middle there. A little bit of a stab there at the Yoko Tatami, was there? Well, it's not been the best performance that I've seen from Skirpnik. Not sure what it is that's ailing her this morning, but this is not the usual Daria. Ojigari from Wang, almost unsettled Skirpnik. And now we're going to go into the golden score period. So another golden score period. Seems infectious, doesn't it? They're all having a go at it. Well, Skirpnik eventually looking to open up, trying a Tatami waza and then getting pushed back and taken down by Wang. It wasn't the most attractive of finishes. If truth be told, it wasn't one of the most attractive contests ever, but it's Wang Xin who comes out the winner. Just a push down here. And onto her back goes Skirpnik. She loses out. Right, who have we got on the mat now? From Mongolia, Bishrel Kolud. He faces Diana De Jesus of the Dominican Republic. Bishrelt in the white judogi, De Jesus in blue. Well, I wonder where Miss Bishrelt has been hiding then. They haven't been sending her out on a regular basis, and yet here she is at the World Championships. I've seen her before. I recognise the face, but it's not one of their top group. Nice pick up. Yeah, she was unlucky not to get the yip on, I think. She may be able to finish off with the Osai Waza anyway. But that looked pretty good. Pretty good. Vishrelt Kolud of Mongolia comes up with the win. Yeah, that looked pretty strong. Maybe another medal, or maybe another. Yeah, another medal to add to the two that they picked up yesterday with Ganbat and Munkbat, 48 and 60.
The next contest from Tatami 2 is the first round for the women under 52 kilo. In white for Azerbaijan,
Right, coming on to the mat now. Biankishik Porevsurin of Azerbaijan faces Natalia Kozyutina of Russia. It's Porevsurin in the white judogi, Kozyutina in blue. I'm not sure what Mongolia's biggest export is, but they're beginning to export a few judoka, that's for sure. We already saw one on the podium yesterday for Kazakhstan, Galbadrak, and now here's Porevsurin appearing for Azerbaijan. Well, both fighters a little bit reluctant to get involved in anything. So the referee decides, okay, if you're not going to do something, then I will. And they both pick up passivity penalties. Total agreement with him there. Kozyutina trying to work something on the ground here. Porevsurin fighting her off, but trapped now. Now switching to the Kazuri Kamisho Gatami. The leg is trapped. Manages to pick up a second score. On the arm now, Porevsurin in real trouble. Just got to look for the elbow, had to tap out. Well, because Jutina finding the way past Purev Suraj. She gave a reasonable effort, didn't she? The Mongolian turned Azeri. But it's Natalia Kozyutina of Russia who goes into the next round. Right, coming up next on mat 2 in the under 52 kilo category. Estrella Lopez Sheriff of Spain faces Ariel Bezalel of Israel. It's Lopez Sheriff in the white judogi, Bezalel in blue. Single Shido picked up by Lopez Sheriff. That didn't take long, did it? Not hanging around, Bezalel. Love to watch her. There's some excitement there. Spirited fighter as well. But Mum's watching at home on the edge of her seat. Got to find a way out of there. Almost. That was the key. Making the movement that would then be able to turn into your advantage. Here we go again. Lopez Sheriff is in some trouble here. She's just making it really awkward for Bezalel to come up with any attacks. Israeli's doing the right thing here. Put the pressure on, get a good strong grip, and then Lopez just really defends. Got to attack from there. Yeah. For me, that wasn't quick enough. It's got to be immediate. You can't put your own arm over there and then begin to set things up, which is what the Spaniard was doing. The arm goes over the top and she begins to set things up. That's not the rule. The arm should go over and attack immediately. Any grip you like, as long as it's immediate, an immediate attack. Nice turn there from Lopez Sheriff if she tried to get herself into a position to execute some ashiwaza. But it was a good turn. First time we've seen something from the Spaniard that looked as though she could come up with something dangerous. Too strong, good counter. Another score goes on the board. Lopez Sheriff looking to come up with an ojigari of her own, but strongly countered by Bezalel for a second score. And there's the ojigari. Look at the speed with which Bezalel was able to come up with that counter. As soon as the movement came from Lopez, it was Bezalel on the counter. Seconds ticking away here. Bezalel is going to take this one. Good performance from Bezalel, and Lopez was beginning to get back into it toward the end of the contest. Showed a couple of signs, but it was the Israeli Ariel Bezalel who came up with two scores. She goes into round two.
Tatami Judo winner in blue for Israel, Ariel Bezalel.
And yes, the winning appears from the leading head of Australia.
Coming up next, Nike Nordmeyer of Germany faces Sarah Menezes of Brazil. It'll be Nordmeyer in the white judogi, Menezes in blue. And I'll tell you quickly the lineup for round two, Pool A of round two. Marlene Kelmedi of Kosovo will face Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. Christine Jimenez of Panama will face Odette Giurfida of Italy. It'll be Amandine Bouchard of France to face Ludmila Pilieva of Ukraine. And Johanna Ramos of Portugal will face Wang Xin of China. Nordmeyer almost coming up with the counter on the way out. Menezes low Morote Seonagi almost got countered there.
And that is the winner in white for Japan, Abe.
The winner of this has got the tricky task in round two of facing Shishimi Ai of Japan. That'll be a real handful. Nice little effort there from Menezes, left-sided. Just had Nordmeyer defending strongly. She goes across on the right first and then comes across on the left. Always really unsettling when that was beautiful. Ippon as well. Don't have to worry about that. Beautifully executed by the former Olympic champion, Sarah Menezes. Really nicely done.
Kedves hölgyek, női 57 kg első fordulójában hölgyek belépő fehér csúcsban Szabó Katika, Magyarország.
She gives her the shape for the Ippon Seoinage, and she buys that completely, does Nikki. And the technique that she should really be looking out for is the Kochigake, but she reacts to the Ippon Seoinage, taking her weight backwards, and that's the direction in which Menezes ends up throwing her. Onto the mat now, Jabo Katinka of Hungary. In the white judogi, splash of blonde hair for Jabo at the moment, and she's up against Madeline Rubinstein of Norway. It's Jabo in the white judogi, Rubinstein in blue. Rubinstein was able to slip that attempted shimmy waza fairly easily. Well, she's got herself into some real trouble here. Jabo first getting caught. She didn't sense the danger. Thrown for Wazari, and then was almost held there. Again, not sensing the danger of making sure she kept her arms in nice and tight. Rubinstein slips that attempt at an arm lock in exactly the same way as she avoided getting caught up in the shimiwaza. Jabo on the board now. Pleases the Hungarian crowd. Chance for Katinka to work on the ground, but just as she looks as though she may be able to squeeze the arm out. Well, she's fairly lucky to come up with that, actually, because she was along the side. She didn't really get full rotation. Didn't turn as much as she would have liked. Less than a minute to go. Rubinstein scored early. Szabo countered. Came back with our own score, and that's where we are at the moment. Slight advantage, maybe, to Szabo, given the fact that Rubinstein has picked up a single penalty. If this goes into golden score, then you'd put your money on the Hungarian. Almost walked onto that. So we are going to go into the golden score period, and Szabo, having remained penalty-free in normal time, has the advantage. Rubinstein picked up the single Shido. If she picks up a second Shido here, that'll do for her, whereas Szabo's in the lucky position of being able to burn one. Well, she's had a couple of stabs at either a shimiwaza or a kansetsu waza, but Rubinstein has always managed to avoid getting caught. Either the Norwegian's defense is really good, well, Szabo's not not that great on the ground. Well, they say that was a forced attack. I thought it was a pretty good defense from the Norwegian, to be honest. There's another go at the shimiwaza. Almost 2 minutes of golden score. It's a lot longer than the fighters wanted to be on the mat. Yeah, that'll do. Can give that. Yeah. Sister thought it was worth a score, and so did I. I thought that was worth a score. It would have been a Yuko previously. Everything that was Yuko is now Wazari, so why not? Yep. So, Sabo into round 2. We're coming back to the under 66 kilo category now. We saw the opening contests in round 1. Let's have a look at round 2 now. Round 2 contest. Our first look at Anbaul, the Republic of Korea. He faces Ga Uriarte of Spain, and in the white judogi, Uriarte in blue. Really moves nicely, does Anbaul. Just so smoothly across the mat and looks comfortable and never looks troubled. Just a little bit tied up on the far side of the mat there. It's a little bit like chess. Ga Uriarte will move one way and then Anne will counter by moving another, and so it goes. But it's the fluidity of Anbaul's movements that are nice to watch. Doesn't come under threat once here. Error there by Uriarte as he just grabbed the fingers. Just managed to put in a little attack there. If anything, he's been slow as Anbal, only doing as much as he really feels as though he needs to do. I'd like to see him do a little bit more, actually. But he's the man out there. He's the one that knows what he's doing. Just needs to pick it up here. Yeah, finish it off, put a score on the board, and then close out the last 30-odd seconds. That would have been my plan. And it appears as though Anbal's got exactly the same plan. There's the score that he needed, 20-odd seconds left to go. Close things out. He's got great gripping skills, nice movement, terrific balance. Very, very difficult to get close to, let alone throw. A couple of stabs there to keep Uriarte out. That's all it is. There's no intention of throwing him from there or even launching any kind of attack. Just block out. And that, I'm afraid, for Mr. Uriarte is that. There are all sorts of things that we could have said to describe the gulf between the pair. But I don't think it would be fair on Gar Uriarte. The scoreline has done it. You saw the contest just as I did. And Anbal never looked in trouble there. Right, next up, Fabio Basile of Italy versus Simon Yakub of Palestine. It's the current Olympic champion, Fabio Basile, in the white judogi. Simon Yakub of Palestine in blue.
Second round, following number 66 kilo, number 3. In the white for Brazil, Charles Shimada. In blue for Kazakhstan, Azamov.
The gold back patch, signifying the Olympic champion. Himself a flashy new hairdo, hasn't he? Shaved at the sides, and nothing should surprise us about Basile. Having been surprised in Rio, anything goes.
Disable what somebody tried to turn on, but this one off. This one on, this one off. Okay.
So Basile leads by Wazari with a minute and a half left to go. Here's another fighter who hasn't come under any real threat. Baul already into round 3, and it will be Basile and Baul to go at it in round 3. Could be time for revenge. I wonder if Odette Giuffrida is going to wreak havoc with Melinda Kelmendi and get her revenge when they have their third round contest, and possibly Mr. Baul will get revenge on Fabio Basile when they meet in the next round. I can't see Simon Jakub overcoming the Olympic champion now. He trails by Wazari with 40-odd seconds left to go. It's not an impossibility, but it's unlikely. Little spin there at the end from Basile as he thought about an Uchimata. Single score was enough for Basile to go into round 3. Well, he had a bye in the first round. Second round contest has just finished, and now the real action will take place in round 3 when he comes up against Anbal. Right, on the tatami now, Sardor Nuraliev of Uzbekistan faces Ganbal Kerlan of Mongolia. Nuraliev in the white judogi, Ganbald in blue. Both fighters have picked up penalties. Plenty of time left, however. Well, it's Ganbold who picks up the third penalty with less than half the contest gone. Ganbold should be ashamed of himself for that. What on earth was he thinking of? Just standing there pushing his opponent out of the contest area. You're at World Championships here. It's not, you know, Randori in a club. He really allowed that situation to get out of hand. And as a result, he ended up picking up a third penalty. On the mat now, Andras Jereb of Slovenia faces Kenneth van Gansbecker of Belgium. It's Jereb in the white judogi, van Gansbecker in blue. Van Gansbecker had a bye in the first round. Jereb overcame Adebayo Frederick Olympio of Togo. Mabulu looks as though he's got a little bit of movement about him. Avoids that Tomoe attempt from Hamad. 2.5 minutes left to go. Let's see if he can come up with something. He looks like a youngster. There's Hamad. Sorry, Mabulu. It's quite the opposite for Hamad. No offence intended.
Tatami 3, the winner in blue for Ukraine, Georgi Zambaraya.
2 penalties picked up by Hamad. He's got to sort things out now because he's in the second round of the World Championships. He had the benefit of a bye first thing up. There's no score on the board. He's got a good chance here, if he scores, of holding on to that lead and taking him into the third round. It would be quite an achievement to be able to say I was into the third round in a World Championships. But he's got to come up with a score. No, it's not going to happen. What he does do is come up with a third penalty. I'm not sure what it is that he's talking to the referee about. Mabulu picks up the win. Let's see if he has another word on the way off.
Second round, forming under 66 kilo, Tatami 2.
And unfortunately for Suleiman Hamad, he couldn't come up with a score. Sayubalela Mabalu of the Republic of South Africa goes into round 3. He'll face Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. On the mat now, Joe Mahit of Vanuatu faces Ryan Vargas of the United States of America. It's Mahit in the white judogi, Vargas in blue. We saw Vargas earlier on. He had a nice win against Indrit Kulhaj of Albania. That was in round 1. Let's see what he can come up with here.
Tatami 3, the winner in white for Brazil, Erika.
Vargas on the board and now all over his man Mahit as well. Oh, as I said earlier on, he's got some stuff about him, Mr. Vargas.
Tatami 2, winner in blue, for the United States of America, Vargas.
And quickly onto the arm.
The next contest is Tatami 2, second round for men under 66 kilo. In white for Malta, Jeremy Suzuki. In blue for People's Republic of China, Tatami.
Right, let's see who we've got coming up next then. Jeremy Sewell of Malta faces Ren Chuawen of China. Sewell in the white judogi, Ren in blue.
So if you've just tuned in, this is the second round of the under 66 kilo category. We have Sewell of Malta versus Ren of China. That's Sewell there in the white judogi, Ren there in the blue.
And the
So unfortunately, Hansof Gamake. That's how well. Then goes through to the next round. So as he bows off, the next contest will be, you'll see here, before we go into the next contest, you can see right here, a little bit of nails action. Here's Jiwan Ren. Drops in for Ippon Seanage. Maltese player in white just managing to get across the other shoulder, keeping his body down so his back doesn't make any contact. There it is again, dropping in, and you can just see him there sliding that hip to the right. And this time okay, so here we go. Second round. This is Melinda Kalmendi in white of Kosovo. You see the gold patch there. Olympic champion. Shop. Switzerland in blue. Round 2, under 52 kilos. Kalmendi with that grip. The left arm, you can see there just by the back number. I break up the grips. You can see Kalmendi taking that left hand under the arm, hanging very far extreme side on. So Kalmendi in white, Olympic champion, voted today's the player of the moment by the IJF at the gala. One of the best players in the female categories. So again, low grip on that sleeve, hanging off to the side, goes across. Shop able to control it. There's the coach. We got a big thank you from Kalmendi in her thank you speech when she was awarded the player of the, we called it player of the day, but it was of the moment. Big grip over the top, and the belt tries to Uchigali. Bails out of it just to protect herself from getting caught as Shop came across. You can see it here. Shop's got that grip. She's trying to turn to Kalmendi. Just realises she's in trouble, turns out in time. Hand in there. Big left hand over the top this time. The Ouchi Agarian drives through. Picks up the Rosari. You see it here. Kalmendi's hand up there high, drives Ouchi and turns her whole body. Rotation, really nice. Okay, so they're just calling mate, so looks like the referee commission just wants to double check that score. See if they make any amendments. So Kalmendi in white, Shop in blue. Scores stay as it is. 2 minutes remaining, just over. And then again with the big left hand over the top. Slips that right hand down low on the sleeve. You see her controlling it there. Making it really hard for the Swiss athlete to get anywhere. You can really see Shop in blue trying to get that left hand free. Ends up dropping to her knees. And they watch this one again. If you watch Kalmendi's right hand, you can see her pushing that arm across there, little Ouchi. And that's the score. But you saw the control there with the right hand, pushing it into the body of the Swiss athlete, making it very difficult in getting control and being able to score from that position. Getting a really nice angle on it, goes across little Osodo. Really active. You can see the right hand there again, really low on the sleeve. Shop trying to break it off. Forced to drop. Kalmendi coming across for the shimiwaza. Hard to tell if it's on or off from this angle. It is. She gets the ippon. Now Linda Kelmendi will go through to the next round. And Evelyn Schopp, Switzerland, just not able to find a way to establish any control against the Olympic champion. Linda Kelmendi, winner by ippon, Shimiwaza. And here we have a look at some of the highlights. That's the strength Kelmendi has at the moment. Just that Ashiwaza enough to drive Schopp to the floor, then straight into the Shimiwaza, got control of the leg, walks it round, and you can see Evelyn Schopp forced to tap out, right under the chin there. Okay, so we're into the next contest. We have from Panama, Christine Jimenez, white judogi, and in the blue judogi, Odette Giuffrida of Italy. So that's Jimenez in white, Giuffrida in blue. Second round of the under 52 kilo category. So Jimenez just changing it to a Seoinage. So got a foot caught. Giuffrida had a little stab at it. She was able to turn her whole body around and get off it. Some good grip in there for that collar grip. Attempt at Tatami. Jimenez, no score so far against Giuffrida.
We had a visit with Mr. Hamad earlier from Saudi Arabia, just explaining to him the vagaries of our gripping rules. He was a little bit unhappy about being given that Shido.
Oh dear.
Well, no Shidos here. Jimenez leads by Wazari, somewhat surprisingly, but there's plenty of time. Giuffrida can get into it. She's got the quality, she's got the background of already having won an Olympic silver medal. Difficulty for her is even if she gets past Jimenez, Linda Kelmendi is waiting for her in the third round. It means that one of them is going home.
One of them's going home. We just saw Kelmendi.
There you go.
She got the Shimiwaza on for ippon in the previous contest, so
Yeah.
she's looking very
Sharp,
strong.
yeah, and strong.
She looks really strong, and her work rate was, even when she was leading,
Incredible.
she didn't stop at all.
I like that for a score, to be honest. Not quite sure why it is that Vladimir Tsabidze is reluctant to give a score for that. However, I questioned him earlier on, and I was completely wrong. You know, he was on the replay. He was absolutely 100% right, and they've seen a replay again, and he's again 100% right. I think I'm going to give up questioning Tsabidze.
I think that's a score,
well,
Sean?
you know,
Yep. A bit clearer that one, you think?
as calm as you like. Top draw effort from Jimenez from Panama to push the Olympic silver medalist to the point where it wasn't panic, but there were a few people thinking, hey, well, when they see this, they'll be thinking, whoa. Odette Giuffrida of Italy winning by ippon. In the book, it will just say Giuffrida by ippon, and everyone will think, well, of course.
Solid hit on that supporting leg. Just really takes it away.
if you look at the movement and you were coaching someone, that's what you would say. Get the movement. And, sometimes you just get one and you go. But she actually takes a second, and it almost looks like, kata practice, doesn't
Almost,
it?
yeah.
Right, who have we got on mat 2 now? Amandine Bouchard of France faces Ludmila Pilieva of Ukraine. It's Bouchard in the white judogi, Pilieva in blue. We waited a long time for a nice big Nagowaza Ippon on mat 2, and then all of a sudden... no, we didn't have 2 because one was a Shimiwaza from Kelmendi, and then, her best buddy, Giuffrida, comes up with a really beautiful piece of Ashiwaza. Things are going to get pretty tight in this pool. This is just Pool A that we're talking about. And you look here, Kelmendi, Giuffrida, Bouchard, Ramos is down here, and Wang Xin. That's what we're going to be looking at. And that's just in Pool A.
I didn't see Wang Xin. Did you see her contest?
Yeah,
earlier?
it was a little bit lackluster, to be honest. She was up against Era Skirpnik, who was not at her best, the Belarusian. I don't know what was ailing her, but because of that, it was, an unattractive contest that went the distance. I think it actually went into golden score, but it could be that Wang Xin will come up with something a little bit special in the next round. Well, she have to, because Joanna Ramos is always a difficult prospect. Bouchard attempting the turnover here. Pilieva blocking that. Here's the score. Just down on the side. There was just enough there to squeeze out what would have been Yuko in the past. And everything that was Yuko is now Wazari. So Neil was chatting about this yesterday, and we got reasonably similar thoughts on that score process. It's going to take a little bit of time for people to get used to the fact that when they see the referee signal Wazari and they've seen something that is just about Yuko, it's hard if you've grown up with the quality of a Wazari being so much higher than what we're dishing out now.
But it's a bigger category. It's a bigger grouping of techniques.
Exactly. What we've done is we've thrown in, and there may be some people listening who can't remember Koka, but we've thrown in Koka, Yuko, anything that would have been a score, really.
Basically, any score that isn't Ippon is now just Wazari.
Just Wazari. But you can pile them up as long as you like. For me, this is the nice thing. The old style Wazari had a real value, because when you got 2 of them, you got your Ippon.
I was said Ippon.
Now it's completely different. We use the term Wazari, but its value is not as great. So, maybe we should have given it another name, just so we didn't confuse people. However, I think people will get used to it. Every day someone new comes into judo. And every day someone who's been doing judo for whatever number of years goes into that book of being, an old stickler about, shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that. But things change. That's what life is about. It's about change. It's about growing. It's about developing and everything. And if this is a growth and development move by the International Judo Federation that makes it easier for people to understand the sport, it makes it more attractive, it makes the scoring system much, much clearer, that's a good thing.
I think it's like Franco Cappelletti was saying in the interview, which I think is going to be on the website at some point, about we need to make it relevant for today. And it makes it a little bit simpler, perhaps, that we have scores that don't finish it and ones that do. Ippon and Wazari.
Yeah, you can pile up as many as you like, but if you want to end a contest, you come up with Ippon. I'm not sure if I'm Mr. Hamad's favourite person at the moment.
Should I be concerned about sitting next to you?
No, I was rather harsh in my treatment of him. I thought he was rather harsh in his treatment of the way that he had been given the penalty. He was penalised because he took the pistol grip, held onto it,
And did
then,
nothing.
and then attacked.
Oh, right, okay.
It's take the grip and attack. It's, you know, immediate. It's an immediate attack. But what got me was when we have this really lovely slow motion camera, and when the referee signalled mate, you saw his face.
He knew.
He knew. But by the time that he got back to his start point, he'd taken on another air, which was, why did you do that to me? But you knew a second ago, you knew the minute, the second that the referee said mate, you knew what it was. You knew that you'd held on for it too long. He said, you know, you forget that we're looking at you. You're the star attraction at the World Championships. So.
Yeah. And it's that thing, it's instantaneous as... It's not a fixed thing, it's whether or not you pause, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
if you took that conscious moment, I took the script and then I held for a while, isn't the same as...
Absolutely. Grip and go.
Grip and go.
Yeah.
And that and sort of a variable length,
Yeah,
depending on how
that's
you
right.
fight, right?
I hadn't thought about that. How long is the and?
Indeed.
You know, it could be that long.
Yeah.
Right, Amandine Bouchard with a single score overcomes Ludmila Pilieva of Ukraine. It's Amandine Bouchard who goes into round 3 of the under 52 kilo category. She's going to be up against the winner of the next contest, and that's between Joanna Ramos of Portugal and Wang Xin of China. Let's take a look at a couple of highlights from this one. Big thank you to Lance Wicks, who joined in there. Right, onto the mat now. Joanna Ramos in white, Wang Xin in blue. It's Ramos of Portugal and Wang of China. Both Ramos and Wang had difficult first round contests. Ramos against Kelly Edwards of Great Britain, and Wang, as I was mentioning to Lance Wicks, against Daria Skirpnik of Belarus. Both fighters just guilty of guarding their gis, just hiding the gi from their opponent and really avoiding to grip up, and that penalty that Jean-Jacques Ruska just dished out there really comes under the heading of negative gripping. There's another sort of fairly similar penalty. There's a different hand signal for it, where the referee stretches both hands out in front of him, and then it's as though he's pushing things away from him. Left, right, left, right, left, right. And that's when he's mimicking what the fighters are doing by avoiding to take a grip and just pushing the hands of their opponent away. What the referee wants to see is positive action in attempting to take a grip, and then gripping up as quickly as possible, moving on from there. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. There's a little under 2 minutes left to go. Well, a second tough contest in a row here for both these fighters. Huang, we haven't seen as much. We know just how difficult Ramos can be, an experienced fighter. It'd be nice to see what Huang has to offer, but you know, when you come up against a fighter like Ramos, it is going to be tricky. And now Ramos goes into another golden score contest. Distria Krasniki of Kosovo has won her contest down on mat number 3. She goes into the third round. She joins her teammate, world number 1, the Olympic champion, Melinda Kelmendi, in the third round. Yeah, we're just chatting briefly about Distria Krasniki from Kosovo in the under 52 kilo category, and it's the under 52 kilo category that we're watching. Melinda Kelmendi is at the top of this pool. We've seen her earlier on. She'll be back on the tatami to face Odette Giuffrida in round 3. Amandine Bouchard is waiting for the winner of this one, and then the lower half of the draw in Pool D, so as far away from Kelmendi as you can get, is Distria Krasniki. She had a bye in the first round. She's just overcome Nizakat Azizova of Azerbaijan in round 2. So her round 3 contest is going to be up against Yulia Kazarina or Kalpana Devi Tudum in round 3. We'll see that. Well, at least we'll give you information on that. But it's beginning to shape up. Still a bit of a way to go, but it's beginning to shape up as though we should be considering 2 possible medalists from Kosovo in the under 52 kilo category. Kelmendi, I suppose everybody has her as the favourite, or most people do. And then Distria Krasniki, who, if you've been watching on the IJF Judo World Tour, it will not come as a surprise to you, but for those of you who are not as familiar with the depth in the under 52 kilo category, then definitely keep an eye out for Distria Krasniki. Okay, we're back underway with Ramos and Wong. We're in the golden score period. We've only had 11 or 12 seconds of it, and we're back underway. No score as yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. A single penalty now to either fighter would put them out. A single score would put them through to the next round. Ramos is the first to come up with that Makikomi effort there. Wong's had to go off again. Whatever treatment it was that they gave her hasn't held or hasn't worked. A bit of tidying up to do there. And I can update you because we were talking about who it was that Distria Krasniki would face in round 3. Well, we know now that it's going to be Julia Kazarina. And it's I suppose it's well worth mentioning that Kazarina was, before she got married, Ritsova. So if you're wondering how it is that we've got, a fighter that you haven't heard of before, well, you have. Julia Ritsova is now Julia Kazarina. She's just been married for about a year, I suppose, now. Okay, so we are going along nicely. It's round 2 of the under 52 kilo category. I think we've already got the lineup in Pool A. Yeah, we've got the lineup for Pool A, and I've already given you that for the third round. We're just waiting to see what happens in the last contest there. Joanna Ramos and Wang Xin. That's the contest we are looking at now. Pool C is already all sorted out. Let me tell you who that will be. It'll be Erika Miranda of Brazil to face Agata Perenc of Poland, and Angelica Delgado of the United States of America to face Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan. In Pool D, Gilly Cohn of Israel will face Charlene van Snick of Belgium. And then, as we say, Distria Krasniki will now face Julia Kazarina of Russia. Okay, Wang Xin is back on the mat. It is part 3, really, of Ramos and Wong. Let's hope that whatever medical attention that Wong had to have is going to hold. It's that awkward-looking tape that's been wrapped around her nose. Wong's got to be careful here. There's the perception with her having gone off twice for an injury and the breaks and things. You can kind of lose the thread. And Ramos at the moment, it's just the thought that another attack from Ramos without one from Wong, and that'll be it. Got to come up with something strong here. No, it's not holding at all. But it's very difficult when you've had, you've been perspiring that much, and they put tape on. It just doesn't hold. That was a counter, an attempted counter by Wong earlier. She's got to get her own attack in. She's just sitting back a little bit, and it's Wong who's and it's Ramos who's first to the attack all the time. This is it for me. If Ramos attacks first here, if she doesn't, it's not the strongest of attacks, but she's turned. I don't think there's. I don't think that's a false attack. She got turned. If you've got to think about it, then you're looking for a reason to end it. It's got to be a blatant false attack to end it at this point. Just let it go and then finish it off with Ramos attacking first. Good. It's a good decision. Yeah. Ramos is going to attack first anyway. So more tape falling off. There's very little he can do. It's a difficult contest for Jean-Jacques Ruska to take care of. He wants to make sure that the athlete is taken care of, but it's so tight, that tape. There's nothing he can do. Got to take it off. It's better to take her off and cut it. Yeah, there's a safety issue here. Jean-Jacques Ruska is correct. Cut it off and then bring her back on. She's going to rip her head off if she does it herself. And now the referee's got piles of tape stuck in his back pocket. What a battle this is. You know, it's not the best quality, I'm afraid, but they're big hearts from both of them. Neither of them want to, you know, give up. And it's just taken a little bit longer than we would have liked because of the blood injuries to Wang. Maybe, yeah, well, yeah, they were being piled up. That is a passivity penalty over a period of time, and it was coming for a long time. She can't really argue with that. She was off the pace for a long time. And we've been talking about it for a long time. It's not really a surprise. Ramos was the more aggressive. She had the better of the attacks, and Huang not really in it. Okay, well, there are going to be better contests today, I can assure you. Could be that we'll get one coming up next. Right, we're in Pool B now. The second round continues. And coming onto the mat now, Alexandra Larissa Florian of Romania. She's up against Bishrelt Koldoi of Mongolia. It's Florian in the white judogi, Bishrelt in blue. Yeah, the last contest was a little bit tricky to keep her attention, but that's the way it is sometimes. It can't be a classic every time they come to the tatami. Sometimes you just have to battle things through. Uchimata just got the arm on the wrong side there. Wasn't as powerful as she would have liked it to have been. I wonder if Bishrelt is the kind of fighter that grows into the competition. They come with the expectations of running them out, let them have a little go at it, and, you know, see how you go. You know, you're the future of judo, and all of a sudden they arrive at the competition. Every round gets them bigger and bigger, and By the time they get to the quarterfinal or semi-final, you think, hey, we might have a medalist on our hands here. Is Bishrel that kind of player? She's picked up a penalty here. Florian going left-sided. There was never really a threat there. Uchimata, and a good effort from Florian. She's got good leg work here. Who was it that Bishrel turned over earlier on? Diana de Jesus. I think maybe with the hands, a little bit of tewaza. So maybe we'll see that again with Florian getting in close. No Adia Sambu Solman for the Mongolians this time round. Azaya, or Chintoktog Azaya, down in Pool D, but she's already lost her first round contest, so we won't be seeing her again. This is the hope for the Mongolians in this weight category then. Odd seconds left to go. 2 penalties picked up by Bishrel. Just got the elbow down. Just managed to get the elbow down and avoid being scored on. However, there's so little time left. And that would have been called a penalty anyway. Direct with both arms around the waist. Bishrel a little bit desperate with that attempted grab. Yeah. Didn't need to be a rocket scientist to spot that one. So it wasn't to be. All that talk about Bishrel maybe growing into the competition. Well, she couldn't manage to get past Larissa Florian. There you go. And the referee spotted it right away. There was no contact beforehand. Just a straight attempt to bear hug her opponent. On the mat now, Natalia Kuzyutina of Russia. She faces Ariel Bezalel of Israel. Kuzyutina in white, Bezalel in blue. Bezalel came out like a A little jack in the box there, jumping up and down and rushing at Koziutina. Russian remained unperturbed, nice and calm, so that Ariel just settles a little bit here, doesn't need to rush around. Both fighters are penalized for avoiding to take a grip. And as I said earlier, if you've been around, then you have to sense that that is a possibility. The referee doesn't really like to see long periods of inactivity and definitely wants to make sure that you grip up early. Once you sense that he's got that in his mind, you want to take a grip. Well, Koziutina, where she's shown plenty of prowess on the ground, in control, time ticking away, and Ariel is not going to get out of that one. She looked a little bit rushed to me, a little bit unsettled, and you can see on Koziutina's face there's a degree of calm. She weathered the attempted storm that really didn't materialize. There was a lot of animation, but nothing to test Koziutina, I'm afraid. Not this time round. Ariel Bezalel is going to have to go back and work on something that really does test players at that level, but unfortunately this time round Koziutina was able to deal with it. Comes up with a good win on the ground, and it's Koziutina who goes into round 3. Next up, one of the favorites here, Shishimi Ai of Japan faces former Olympic champion Cero Menezes of Brazil. It's Shishimi in the white judogi, Menezes in blue. Fingers crossed for a good one here. Menezes picked up a penalty. Menezes a little bit defensive here as Shishimi tries to push forward. Fukumi Tomoko shouting in her instructions for Shishimi. Nice turn from Menezes there to put in an attack at the end of that exchange. .220 odd is a long time to avoid picking up a third penalty when you've already got 2. It's going to be a difficult task here for Menezes. She'll be looking across at that scoreboard and feeling the shift in pressure. She's at a disadvantage here, Menezes. Too far away with that Tatami waza attempt, easily blocked by Shishime. Just needs to avoid picking up a penalty, does the Japanese, to keep that pressure on. Oh, that was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. A class finish from Shishime Ai of Japan. Puts out the former Olympic champion Sarah Menezes of Brazil. Lovely left Uchimata from Shishime. This is a better look at it, actually. Yep. That was huge. So, Shishime into round 3. She'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Jabo Katinka of Hungary and Luz Olvera of Mexico. It's Jabo in the white judogi, Olvera in blue, and this is the best chance that Jabo will have of making it into round 3. It's a good draw for the Hungarian on home soil. Rubinstein in the first round from Norway. Second round contest against Luz Olvera. And the possibility of a third round matchup against Shishime Ai of Japan. Olvera will fancy her chances as well. She had a bye in the first round. And Jabo, not one of the top seeds, not one of the top players in the under 52 kilo category. That all bodes well for Olvera. One of these will end up facing Shishime. Jabo also. No, it's Jabo who picks up the penalty, not Olvera. Looking at the referee cancelling that, but it stayed on the board, so there you go. Two penalties picked up by Jabo. It's untidy. 2.5 minutes left to go. Got a big chance here. Can't afford to let it go on the back of... Oh, that was not clever. I wouldn't move if I was Jabo. I'd do the same. Yep. That was poor execution from Olvera. Really. I wouldn't have moved. I'd have stayed down there. Right, we're going to take a look at what has happened here because the player is unhappy. You cannot attempt to throw your opponent with the arm trapped, as she has here, against the elbow joint. And that is what Luz Oliveira was attempting to do there. On the mat now, Anne Baul of the Republic of Korea faces Fabio Basile of Italy. It's a repeat of the 2016 Olympic final in Rio. And I think most people are going to know the winner of, well, you can see he's got the gold back patch. But however, he's facing the man with the red back patch. So it's the Olympic champion versus the world champion. And in the white judogi, Basile in blue. Well, it's bound to be tense. It's a second round contest. Sorry, a third round contest at World Championships. That's going to have its flavour. Add to that the last time that they went head to head was the Olympic final. Revenge, there's all sorts of things going on there. And then add into that mix that you've got one who is world champion and the other who's Olympic champion. Well, there's plenty on the plate. Basile wasn't entirely happy with that decision, but he picked up the penalty. Wasn't the strongest of attacks from Anne Baul. Minute and a half left to go. Single Shido against Fabio Basile at the moment. I wouldn't worry about that too much. Anne Baul hasn't been doing a great deal. Perfectly possible that he may collect the Shido and things will be even. Oh, and he does turn him. Rosari on the board and the arm is stretched out. He's got to be careful here. That's a good turn for me. And now it's Anne who leads. Well, they didn't like that false attack. It was a bit harsh. It looked all right to me. can only be a debate about the score. They've had a look at it. It stands, and we move on. 40-odd seconds left to go. Single Wazari the lead for Anne. Basile back against the wall here. Oh, there she was, and he scores! Great score from Basile. Well, just as I was about to say, Anne's not going to get scored on. Down he goes. A few people in the crowd screaming for Ippon. He was lucky to get Wazari. He just brought Anne down onto his side. It was a good score for Wazari. That's it. And now we're going to have a period of golden score. All nice and even. They both picked up a penalty apiece, a Wazari apiece, and we're underway with the golden score period. Needs to get off there. He only had one sleeve trapped. Not quite enough. But every Italian fans in the crowd. Well, it's lived up to its billing, and Basile, so no problem there. It wasn't a damp squib. People were waiting for this one from the moment that the draw came up. There are people already talking about a round 3 contest between Anne Bowell and Fabio Basile, and here it is. Yeah, home movies. Take your own. A little bit desperate there, that lunge. That's okay. And it's not going to go anywhere now. Yes, I think the coach is right. You've got to be first. Come up with your attack. You can't allow Anne to steal this by shaping to be busy. I can't imagine that there is another team that is better at doing that than the Koreans. They really do look busy when there's not a great deal going on. Got to come up with an attack now. This is it here. See, that's just piles the pressure on again. It's a bit of a lunge, but it does force Basile to defend. If he's got to defend again one more time, he'll be out. Can't afford for Anne Bowell to attack first. At least he gave some effort there. Just holds it for a moment. He won't penalise Basile now. Big effort now needed from the Italian to level things in the minds of the referee and the contest judges. That's okay. Basile does the same. Let it continue. You can't shout for Shido. You cannot shout for Shido. Your man has just executed the same effort and he was not given one. How can you shout for the Korean to be given one? Missed with the Tomoe-nage effort. The best thing now is to step back and let the fighters finish it off. There's no need to dish out a penalty if both fighters are going at it. They know the situation. They both know they've got to attack. Neither of them is going to step out or gripping infringement. Just let them go at it. Good battle. There's nothing there as far as a score is concerned. Hate for this to end on a penalty. There's still something left in the contest. There's a good battle between these two. It's the world champion, the Olympic champion. Neither of them are against the idea of fighting. They both want to be out there and fight it out. Go again. Just let it go. Best thing you could do. And you get the response from the crowd. The crowd want to see a fight. It was as though they applauded the referee for letting it go. They want to see a fight. These two can sort it out. Nice block from Anbao. It's not a false attack. Let it go. Don't beg for it. You've blocked his effort. Just as you blocked his before. Great. One of you is going to have to throw the other. It's as simple as that. And Dan Bowles falling into the same trap. You made the same attack earlier on. You can't ask for Basile to be given a penalty. There's a little bit of showmanship in this and asking for things that are not there. Concentrate on the judo and just let it happen. They both got good throwing skills. At some stage, it'll happen unless you get this. This is too desperate. This is just too far away. And it is. That was just too far away. There was no rotation in that attack. It never threatened Anne. He didn't have to defend against it. You'll have another look at it, and then you'll agree, Fabio. It's not a genuine attack. You have to make your opponent defend. You have to be able to rotate. And it wasn't there. Yeah. But well done, Fabio Basile at the end. Yeah, he had to. When you get two high-quality fighters like that, it's going to be on a knife edge. It is going to be difficult to separate the two. And for as long as they keep battling away with genuine attacks, one against the other, you just let them go at it. They let it go for, I think they were up to almost, 7 or 8 minutes there. They were almost into a second golden score period. I've got no problem with that. But the last effort from Basile was too far away. There was no threat. I know. It's not easy. But it was the right thing, I'm afraid. Sado Nurilyaev of Uzbekistan faces Kenneth van Gansbeker of Belgium. It's Nurilyaev in the white judogi, van Gansbeker in blue. Round 3 of the under 66 kilo category. Van Gansbeker has picked up a Shido. We are, well, I am anyway, a little bit calmed down after that big battle between Anne and Basile. I thought it was a good contest. It was a good battle between the pair. It didn't need some of the antics from a couple of the coaches, some of whom were actually not even on or around the mat, in the stands, but didn't help. And then from the two players, they both know each other well. I think it's disrespectful to ask for things that you really know you've got no chance of getting, and you shouldn't even be given. Be fair, play fair. And in the end, as I said before, it's on a knife edge. It's going to be something really small. And in the golden score period, there was a failed attack, and that went against Fabio Basile, unfortunately for the Italian. And that was all that separated the two. Minute and a half left to go. Nurilyaev, penalty free at the moment. Van Gansbeker is the fighter with the yellow card against his name. The arm is out. Just got to find the elbow joint now, and he's had to tap. Let's hope he hasn't done himself any harm there, Nurilyaev, by hanging on for that little bit longer. Van Gansbeker, very good in Nevaza, and he comes up with a good Jujigatami. So it'll be Kenneth van Gansbeker to face Anne Bowell in round 4. This is carnage here. There's so far left to go in the competition. Right, coming on to the mat now, Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia faces Siabulela Mabulu of South Africa. It's Margvelashvili in the white judogi, Mabulu in blue. Four rounds and then the quarterfinal. Huge field. Yeah, good finish. Stayed in there. Looked as though Mabulu had gotten away, but Margvelashvili didn't let go of the grip and was able to execute the technique anyway. He's come up with the Ushiro Kuzuri Kezagatami. I have to say that. Just turns away. He's got his back to his opponent. The left arm isn't around the head. It's around the near shoulder. And then the right arm is down on the sleeve. I suppose it could also be described as Ushiro Yoko Shiogatami. But if his left arm goes around the head, I think that is much closer to the Ushiro Kezagatami. I'm going to stick with that one. Ryan Vargas of the United States of America faces Ren Jiawen of China. Vargas in the white judogi, Ren in blue. Round 3 of the under 66 kilo category. It's the last of the third round contests. And we got the complete lineup of round 4, although a couple of the pools have already completed their round 4 contests. They've completed them. They're slightly more advanced than we are. So what I'll do is I'll give you that round 4 rundown on pool A. Tal Flicker of Israel has defeated Wanda Mateo of the Dominican Republic. It's Tal Flicker into the first of the quarterfinals, where he'll face Dmitry Minkov of Belarus, who defeated Shinan Shandel of Turkey. So that first quarterfinal is Tal Flicker and Dmitry Minkov. Baruch Shmailov has lost out to Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. Yildiz Zhumakanov of Kazakhstan is up against Kim Lin Wan. So it'll be Pulyaev to face the winner of that contest. And whomsoever wins this will face Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. Down on mat number 3, Kilian Lebluc of France is up against Georgi Zantaraya of Ukraine. That's the contest taking place on mat number 3 at the moment. Ren leads by Wazari here with 2:23 left to go. Vargas has shown us some nice judo earlier on. Nice movement. Chinese looking for someone in that lighter weight, maybe 73, because when it comes to the team event, they're going to need someone to fill that first spot. Could be Mr. Ren, if he can step up. And what infringement has Mr. Vargas committed? Oh no, it's Vargas who came up with the score. They put the score on the wrong side, so it's Vargas who leads by Wazzari. 2:15 left to go. Johnny Prado a little bit excited in the chair at the moment. He'd like to see his man in round 4, wouldn't he? That would be a good thing. Who was it at 66 kilos? Here's the technique. Yeah, Mr. Ren is not involved in that at all. He's being thrown. Yeah, I suppose Brad Boland was the last of the under 66 kilo category competitors for the USA. I haven't seen Brad for a while. Maybe it's the turn of Mr. Vargas. He's taking over. Just picked up a Shido there. Minute 20 odd left to go. Tomoenage from Vargas. Ren blocks that. Clock ticking away now. Almost caught with that little Ashiwaza there at the end. Just onto his front. Ren looking calm, despite the fact that he trails by Wazzari with a little over a minute left to go. Almost looks as though he's stalking Vargas. Vargas almost coming up with a counter there. He's working on the arm. We've seen him pull out that Judo Gatami earlier on. Mr. Ren will have to be careful there. Ren Jiawen of China. Got a minute left to go. Looking to go left-sided, Vargas. Time running out here. Sutemi was her again, but ineffective. Every second valuable now for Ren. Can't afford to get involved in any nearwaza. There's no time. Not a lot of power left. Where's this one going then? What is it that they've seen that they don't like? Oh, gripping infringement from Vargas. No harm done. 30 odd seconds left to go. Just got to be very careful now not to give up another penalty, because with it would go the contest. Left-sided. Oh, what's the hanging on the leg for? You can't block. See, Vargas was standing up. That's not nearwaza. Almost there. No time left, 16 seconds. Not long enough, I'm afraid. Ren hasn't really shown the kind of threat. And that's it now. Vargas will be on the arm. He'll close it out the last few seconds. Two seconds left to go. Not long enough for Ren to come up with a score. It's Ryan Vargas of the United States of America who goes into round 4. He'll face Vazamag Velashvili. And that, for the time being, is the under 66 kilo category. We'll have a look at the highlights of this one, and then we'll be back with round 3 of the under 52 kilo category. Stay with us. Now, pools C and D have already had their third round contests. So what we're going to do is to give you an update on the results from those round 3 contests. Erika Miranda of Brazil overcame Agata Peric of Poland. And Angelica Delgado of the United States of America lost out to Sonoda Natsumi. So it'll be Erika Miranda of Brazil to face Sonoda Natsumi of Japan. In Pool D, Gilly Cohen of Israel overcame Charlene van Snick of Belgium, and Distra Krasniki of Kosovo overcame Yulia Kazarina of Russia. So it will be Gilly Cohen to face Distra Krasniki. We now have a repeat of the Olympic final in Rio last year. It's Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo in the white judogi to face Odette Giuffrida of Italy in blue. And in the middle for this one, the referee is Vasily Smolin of Russia. He was in charge of the Ann Bowell Fabio Basile contest. He's had two Olympic finals back to back. Giuffrida collects the Shido there.
To disturb you, attention is here.
I'm in 20 past 2, so I might have time. What time?
This is during the break. I'll come right back here.
And the second penalty picked up by Giuffrida. I don't see that the referee has got any other choice but to give that. It's not the way we want it to end. We didn't want Basile to end with the false attack. But you simply can't collapse just under, one arm grip. She throws one arm over and down goes Giuffrida. Nobody wants it to end that way. The penalty was given for the false attack action. Giuffrida doesn't want it, nobody wants it, but that's the rule. Right, on the tatami now. Amandine Bouchard of France faces Joana Ramos of Portugal. It's Bouchard in the white judogi, Ramos in blue. a little bit like yesterday in the under 60 kilo category, the action really got going. Sure, there were some ippons and stuff earlier on, but the action really got going in the third round. We're in round 3 here. This is really where it's taking hold. It's unusual as well. I mean, we've got such a big group, really good numbers, big numbers attending here. And with the top fighters all available. If there's a fighter not here, it's because of an injury. Everybody wanted to be here. Bouchard picks up a penalty. She looks so much better at 52 kilos than 48. May have taken a little bit of time to get used to the move, but this is a much better weight for Amandine Bouchard. Bouchard's got to defend strongly here. Uncomfortable after that attempted shimiwaza by Ramos that went across the chin. Some degree of discomfort being suffered by Amandine Bouchard. Little over a minute left to go. Not quite sure which way this one is going to go. Bouchard is the single Shido against her. She's got good throwing skills, very strong. Ramos with all the experience. No, she said I was first. Maybe just let the fighters referee it then. Well, the question will be whether the Tatami attempted by Ramos was turned and countered. I think that's what they're gonna look at. And they say yes. Ramos attempted the Tatami and it was turned by Bouchard. She came up with the counter. So Bouchard leads by Wazari with 40-odd seconds left to go. Well, the winner goes into the quarterfinal. Loser, unfortunately, goes home. Big groups here. 3 rounds of competition before the quarterfinal. Bouchard picks up a second penalty. Problems if she's under the weather as well. Can't afford to pick up a third. Good attack from Bouchard. Strong enough to have Ramos defending. 12 seconds left to go. Ramos picked up a penalty, just kicking away at the feet. No real attempt at Ashi Waza. Yeah, to battle through that one. Amandine Bouchard, very, very hard contest against Joanna Ramos, but it's the French fighter who wins out there. Well, you know, she's been in a battle. Tough one. We'll have a look at the highlights and then we'll be back with Alexandra Florian of Romania and Natalia Kozyutina of Russia. Third round contest between Alexandra Florian of Romania in the white judogi, Natalia Kozyutina of Russia in blue. Both fighters pick up penalties there. Florian picked up another penalty. This time for a gripping infringement. Can't afford another error, Romanian. Sumigeishi effort from Kozyutina, but she was rotating in the wrong direction, so that was never going to come off. That's a good score from Kozyutina. Florian got too close, and now it's trademark Koziutina into the Osai Waza. Nice and tight. And it's 3 for 3, isn't it, on the ground today for Natalia Koziutina. Just beginning to unravel a little bit there. Still tight enough to finish off. Koziutina it is who goes into the quarterfinal. Right, coming up next. Round 3, Shishimi Ai of Japan faces Szabo Katinka of Hungary. It's Shishimi in the white judogi, Szabo in blue. This is the last of the round 3 contests. Szabo picked up a penalty for stepping out there. Shishimi looking to keep Szabo on the ground. That trap there with the left hand. Szabo on the leg. That's what kept Shishimi Ai from manoeuvring into an attacking position. Clever work from Shishimi. Well, just a little cut, I think, that Szabo has picked up. Once they stop that, should be back on the mat. Shouldn't take more than a second or so. In the meantime, Shishimi Ai has a chance to gather herself, and then we're back underway. 2:20 odd left to go. Single Shido picked up by Szabo Katinka, and that's all there is at the moment. 2 minutes left to go. Szabo still on tatami, doing a good job. High quality opposition for Szabo, who, as I said earlier, is not really in the top group. But the home fighter had a good draw and made the most of it, defeating Luz Oliveira in the second round, having already overcome Madeleine Rubinstein in round 1. But this is a tough prospect here in round 3. The winner has a place in the quarterfinal against Natalia Kuzyutina of Russia. Shishimi Ai is really favourite to take this one. It would be a big upset if Szabo was able to defeat the Japanese. Little Ashiwaza brings Szabo down onto the side and then her back. Rather fortuitous Shishimi was there to pick up the Wazari and then into the Osai Waza, but just briefly before Szabo was able to escape from that. There's the left Ashiwaza. Really did just squeeze that one out. Shishime leads into the last minute. Left-sided effort from Szabo, but again, Shishime had that blocked fairly easily. And now another attempt at the turnover. This one may be a better position. It's got to get the leg free now. Left-sided Kazuri Kezugatami from Shishimi Ai, and this looks a lot tighter. This is going to do. And it is indeed Shishime who goes into the quarterfinals. Let's give you the quarterfinal rundown very quickly. Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo will face Amandine Bouchard of France. Natalia Kuzyutina of Russia to face Shishimi Ai of Japan. It'll be Erika Miranda of Brazil to face Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan. And it'll be Gilly Cohen of Israel. Oh no, Gilly Cohen has already defeated Distra Krasniki. They've had their quarterfinal already. And the other quarterfinal between Erika Miranda and Tsunoda Natsumi, that's already taken place. So we've got that semi-final lineup. That'll be Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan to face Gilly Cohen of Israel. Right, we'll come back to the 52 kilo category shortly, but before we do that, we're going to see the under 66 kilo category. We've got round 4 of the under 66 kilo category. Anne Bowell of the Republic of Korea faces Kenneth van Gansbecker of Belgium. It's Anne in the white judogi, van Gansbecker in blue. Single Shido picked up by Anbal, but we saw him with a single Shido to begin with against Fabio Basile. Didn't trouble him. Eventually came up with a score. Basile came back with his own score. And then we know that after Basile picked up a Shido, there was a second Shido in the golden score period, and that did for the Italian. Van Gansbecker just a little bit untidy with that gripping hold of the lower forearm, the wrist, and getting penalised for that. A little over a minute left to go. No score. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. No real harm done. Paco, one of the official photographers there. We had a look at Mario Kavavats yesterday, didn't we? Photographers around the mat edge. Tricky little situation here for Anbal. Mind you, we did see him earlier on just step up another gear, came up with a score and finished everything. He hasn't been able to do that here. It is going to go into golden score. Even if Van Gansbecker picked up a penalty during the golden score period, he wouldn't go out. Anne, however, would. Not going to get past the legs, and Anne isn't going to try. I think he fancies his throwing skills here, does Anbal. He had 4.5 minutes in which to unleash them. Van Gansbecker has been able to resist going over to this point. Not quite. He screams from the crowd there. And there is the score. Uchimata left-sided from Anbal. And that brings Van Gansbecker's World Championships to a close. What an effort from the Belgian. Terrific effort. Only going over in the golden score period as things began to tie. He had his hands trapped there, and Anbal came up with a winning score. Well, Anbal can't go too far because he's going to be back on the mat fairly shortly, because that fourth round win puts him in the third of the quarterfinals. We've already had 2, so it won't be long before he's back on the mat. On the mat now, however, is Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. He faces Ryan Vargas of the United States of America. It's Margvelashvili in the white judogi, Vargas in blue. What a day Vargas is having. Oh, on the arm. That's a good... I think that's a good ploy for Vargas. He's demonstrated his prowess on the ground on a few occasions today. Why didn't give it a go here against Margvelashvili? Why not? Overcame Indrit Kulhaj. Gets caught here, though. Margvelashvili with a big left-sided Uchimata. Vargas overcame Kulhaj, Mahit, and then Ren. He's already had 3 fights. Margvelashvili at least had the benefit of a first round bye. .240 odd left to go. Buzari the lead for Margvelashvili. Still fancy Vargas to do something on the ground if you can get a chance. Oh, not now. What a beautiful Nidan Kosotagari from Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. Flattened Ryan Vargas. Great footwork from the Georgian. Can't take that away from him. Vargas can't be anything but appreciative of being on the receiving end of one of the best techniques of the day. No arguments there. Yep. Great effort from Vargas, but Margvelashvili, class finish. Just as the leg comes up there, he's all over it. Kojigari, little stab there, and look where the leg's going. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Right, we come now to the quarterfinal in the under 52 kilo category between Melinda Kelmendi of Kosovo. She faces Amandine Bouchard of France. It'll be Kelmendi in the white judogi, Bouchard in blue. And we've already got Anne Bowell's name up on the board for Margvelashvili, and Margvelashvili hasn't come back round to the start point yet, so we will have a short break for them to catch their breath, I'm sure. Maybe 4 or 5 minutes. Left-sided effort from Kelmendi straight away onto the scoreboard. Kelmendi looks the best prepared of the champions that I've seen. And Bowell, a couple of little chinks there. Fabio Basile already out. You know, from the really big names, Kelmendi looks extremely focused and prepared. Bouchard has already had a roughing up in a previous contest. She was with Joanna Ramos. That was a real punch-up. They were roughhousing it there. If you won't enjoy being out there with Kelmendi, who is notorious for being very physical. Uchigari really wasn't serious from Bouchard. No chance of catching Kelmendi with just one arm on her. 2:20 odd left to go. Bouchard's defense looks pretty good. Just the single score on the board at the moment, right? And Kuka in the chair as ever for Malinda Kelmendi. Setting things up now. Another Uchimata, and over goes Bouchard again. A second score on the board now. Just looks so focused. Kosovan supporters cheering their fighter on, just about coming up with a score. They're down on the side. Every time that arm goes over the top, there's danger for Bouchard, and Bouchard herself can mix it up a bit, but when she's on the mat against Kelmendi, there is a difference. She gave Ramos a bit of a working over, did Bouchard, but this is a different prospect here. Nobody roughs up Kelmendi. She's the one that does the roughing up. Some advice being dished out to Bouchard from some members of the French team. 40-odd seconds left to go. Yeah, she'll pick up a penalty for stepping off there, but it's the first time that Bouchard has really, put the pressure on. Why would you wait until 30-odd seconds left to go? You're up against the Olympic champion. You are up against it. No good hanging around. Where's the big effort? That's the single throw that Bouchard has attempted. Not going to say it's been an easy ride, but it was nowhere near as difficult as Bouchard could have made it for Kelmendi. And Kelmendi's just demonstrating it there, rather like a boxer who uses the whole ring, just dancing around, dancing away. She's looking at the scoreboard, perfectly happy to pick up a second yellow card because you gifted me the contest. What are you looking at? And now Bouchard looks up as though she's begging for the third penalty, having been planted twice by Kelmendi, who, as you can see, hasn't broken sweat. Bouchard is a quality competitor, but you begin to think that she's got great tactics. Tactics aren't going to work against Kelmendi. You need to score against the Olympic champion. She failed to do that. In fact, she had one big attack, and then, because Kelmendi gave up a couple of penalties, Bouchard was looking up for a third. Sorry, not enough. Right, coming up next, Natalia Kuziutina of Russia faces Shishimi Ai of Japan. It'll be Kuziutina in the white judogi, Shishimi in blue. She'd done her job. Couldn't make eye contact either. Well, Kuziutina has finished off all her opponents on the ground. I'll give you one heads up here. It ain't going to happen this time. Shishimi knows her stuff, and she knows Kuziutina. Oop. Right arm was in an awkward position for a while. even if Shishime's nearwaza isn't up to that of Kuzuyutina, should be clever enough not to go down there. Got nice throwing skills. The Japanese, just a little bit shorter than her Russian opponent. Japanese could end up with 2 in the final here. Tsunoda already into the semi-final. The second of the semi-finals. She'll face Gilly Cohen of Israel. The winner of this will face Malinda Kelmendi. Shishime definitely, with the greatest of respect to the other half of the draw, Shishime definitely ended up with the tougher half. She had to fight the former Olympic champion in her opening contest, Sarah Menezes. She got past her, then Jabo Katinka, and now Olympic bronze medalist Natalia Kuzuyutina. Yeah, here we go. Good effort from Kuzuyutina, almost taking over the ojigari from Shishime. It was a good, strong effort from the Japanese, but Kuzuyutina is a strong fighter, and the upper body came into it there. Almost got the hands in the right position for the counter. 2 minutes gone, or 2 minutes left to go, whichever way you like to look at it. Well, Shishime will get penalised there. She's the one who ducked underneath. A second penalty. Tactically poor work from Shishime there. Yeah, you have to leave that. Unfortunate, but she ducked underneath the head. Or ducked underneath the arm. Nice gripping from Kuzuyutina, putting some pressure on Shishime. I wonder what she'll do here. She's going to give it a go? No, leave it. It's down to the throwing skills. She fancies herself standing up. Difficulty is Kuzuyutina is a strong player. We saw that with the ojigari effort. She's on that other side again, got to be careful. Kuzuyutina is penalty free at the moment. Into the last minute. Uchimata just lost contact with the left hand. Kuzuyutina are able to get that down onto the tatami and stop herself from going over. Looked dangerous twice, Shishime has. Ojigari. Again, Kuzuyutina strong enough to fight that off. Wasn't as threatening this time. Either Shishime is losing strength, or maybe that just wasn't good timing. No, not there. "13 seconds left. Yeah, she does score right at the end. Right at the end. It was the counter that Kuzuyutina was looking for, and she paid the price. Hanging back 2 or 3 times. Shishime was in, almost getting caught by Kuzuyutina, but on that occasion, Shishime came up with the score, and it was right on the bell. Shishime stuck to what she knew best, her throwing skills, left the nearwaza. Kuzuyutina stuck to what she knew best. Something on the ground, she never got a chance, or the counters. She had 2 or 3 efforts, and here was another possibility, but it was just too powerful, couldn't get off it. Right at that point, she's trying to drag her into a position where she can execute a counter, but it wasn't there. You can't drag them from so far away. The leg comes back up, and over goes Kuziutina. Right, we've got one more contest to bring you. The next quarter-final in the under 66 kilo category. Ann Bowell, the current world champion from the Republic of Korea, faces Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. It's Ann in the white judogi, Margvelashvili in blue. Well, we've been following Ann all morning, seen all his contests. First round bye before he faced Gar Uriarty. Reasonably comfortable win there. And then the big one against Fabio Basile. That went into golden score, where Basile committed another error. He'd already picked up a Shido and then picked up another in the golden score period, so he was out. And then Kenneth van Gansbecker, another good effort from van Gansbecker, but Ann Bowell winning out there. And now the Georgian, the dangerous Georgian as far as the throwing skills are concerned, Vaza Margvelashvili. But we haven't seen a great deal from Ann Bowell in Neovazan. I suppose that's the only chink in the armour, that where he's got Neovazan opportunities. Yeah, and there you go. Was that not a tap? It looked like a grab on the leg to me. Just when we were talking about his not having skills in Neowaza, he almost comes up with a Shimiwaza. Well, it looks as though Ann Bowell has either, in that last exchange, a bump to the nose that may need a little bit of blood wiping from the nose, or a cut. So that shouldn't take that long to tidy up. We'll be back with more action. Don't go anywhere yet. This is the last of the quarterfinals anyway. Georgian just waiting for Ann Bowell to come back to the tatami. It shouldn't be that long. I'm never sure whether it's easier to stand in the middle waiting for your opponent to come back, or whether it's better to go off and have some attention. I think it's 50-50. Sometimes they come back on and smash them. Sometimes they come back on and get smashed. Anyway, Anne's back on the tatami now. He's picked up a single Shido. What would our referee like to find out? Seen something that she's not entirely happy with. Well, her colleagues have got the video replay so they can determine whether there was anything untoward. Shouldn't take that long to have a look at it, and then we'll be back underway. No, was nothing in it. Both fighters here just gathering themselves, bent over, a little bit defensive, and can't really afford to pick up another penalty. Really needs to stand up and make Margvelashvili look defensive. He picks up the penalty, so does Margvelashvili. Margvelashvili, that doesn't disturb him, but Anne now has got 2 penalties. It means another penalty puts him out. Now, it wasn't the cleverest move from the current world champion. You don't want to go into golden score where a single error puts you out. Margvelashvili could go into golden score and he'd still have 1 card to play, if you see what I mean. And now longer, he doesn't have that comfort any longer. 20-odd seconds left to go. We've seen Anne step it up so many times from this point, where when things look that little bit difficult, he just steps up to another gear, either comes up with a score, or he puts in so many attacks that his opponent picks up a penalty. Weak Makikomi effort from Margvelashvili. He was already collapsing by the time that he got the arm across. Well, you know, now we're at that point where a single penalty to Anne puts him out. Margvelashvili can still afford to pick up a penalty and he'd be in it. However, the thing to really consider is who scores wins. Single score will do it. I can't believe how cool Anne has been on 3 or 4 occasions today when this situation has come about. Stepped off that. Current world champion. Place in the semi-final, going begging here. Reasonable attack from Anne. You'd put your money, if it was a fitness contest, the Korean wins. Kojigari can't quite put him onto the scoring part of his body. He has another effort on the ground, but Margvelashvili has got that one covered. So no arm out. And having a little bit of a roll around here. Can't see him developing anything from this. But Margvelashvili had to defend. It takes a lot out of you to defend. He's back up on his feet now. Minute 18 into golden score. The Kojigari is the danger. Little Ippon Seoinage show at the top. And then the koji, that's what he's finished off people with earlier on. Comes back with the seonagi. Margvelashvili up on his feet first, back to his start point. Minute 44 of golden score already gone. Can't afford to put in a false attack. He keeps himself busy. Margvelashvili just beginning to show signs of being off the pace here. Be harsh if he picks up one now. There's still a little bit left in this contest, I think. Let it go one more cycle. If Anne gets an attack in before Margvelashvili does, okay. I'll just let this one go one more cycle. Yep, there we go. Good decision. Let him battle it out. Yeah. Good attack from Margvelashvili. He's too long on that side. He just got the hands over there for too long. No need to make any decision about it. And now, whoever commits the next error is going to lose it. We'd like to see it on a score. No, his hands were there for too long. He just sat on that. She gave the right penalty. No idea why they cancelled that one. Needs to be able to follow up with something, but Margvelashvili was on both knees, so no chance of inventing or creating a combination. Both men tiring now. Wasn't the strongest of attacks. Three minutes into golden score. Good battle. Well, Margvelashvili showed some good ashiwaza earlier on. Hasn't had the opportunity to execute it here, though. Oh, dear. That, unfortunately, is not good. Yeah. Anne carried the two Shidos from normal time into the golden score period. The golden score period was 3 minutes and 40 seconds long. Can you go 3 minutes and 40 seconds without committing an error? Very, very difficult, especially when you've got Vasa Margvelashvili breathing down your neck. That was the problem for Anne. And the two errors that he committed earlier on were pretty poor ones. That was the difficulty. We'll be back with all the semi-finals and medal matches at 4 o'clock. Bye-bye for now.